Your Excellencies, honored guests from 19 nations joining us on site and online, ladies and gentlemen, mabuhay. Time check, it's 9:30 in the morning. We would like to request our honored guests who are still outside, if you may kindly enter the hall now so we can begin shortly. One more time, we would like to invite our honored guests who are still outside the hall to kindly come inside the hall now. Kindly take your seats and relax. We will begin shortly. If you need a coffee, feel free to ask our staff. I hope you had a good sleep last night. How is everyone? I believe today will be a good day and hopefully it won't rain in the afternoon. So we can find time to enjoy this place. We can stroll around after the closing session. We have a lot of beautiful places in this Bonifacio Global City here in Taguig City. At this moment, kindly sit back, relax, and enjoy your coffee or tea. Have a pleasant morning. Our first session today, the speakers and commentators, if they are on site, we would like to check Dr. Cheng Banarit from Cambodia. Are you here, sir? Yes, good morning, sir. At this moment, we would like to check if our session 5, our first session today, from the speakers and commentators, if they are on site. We would like to, I hope you had a good sleep, check last night. Dr. Cheng, we would like to double check from Australia, Professor Dr. Anu. Are you here, sir? Hello. Yes, good morning, sir. At this moment, we would like later to our Dr. Session 5 first session today, from the speakers and commentators, if they are on site. I'd like to, I hope you had a good sleep, check last night. Dr. Cheng, we would like to double check from Australia, Professor Dr. Anu. Yes, good morning, sir. At this moment, we would like later to our Dr. Session 5 first session today, from the speakers and commentators, if they are on site. I'd like to, I hope you had a relaxed and check last night. second, we would like to showcase Dr. Honorable Sir yes, at this moment, we would like to participants are joining us online via Zoom page from YouTube and Facebook. They are relaxed and trying to feel nice. Second, we would like to showcase Dr. Honorable Sir yes, at this moment, we would like participants are joining us online via Zoom page from YouTube and Facebook. They are relaxed and trying to feel nice. Second, we would like to showcase Dr. Honorable Sir yes, at this moment, we would like participants are joining us online via Zoom page from YouTube and Facebook. They are relaxed and trying to feel nice. Second, we would like to showcase Dr. Honorable Sir yes, at this moment, we would like participants are joining us online via Zoom page from YouTube and Facebook. They are relaxed and trying to feel nice. Second, we would like to showcase Dr. Honorable Sir yes, at this moment, we would like participants are joining us online via Zoom page from YouTube and Facebook. For your information, we're going to have 2 sessions in the morning, then we're going to take our lunch. There will be a coffee break in between sessions, and in the afternoon after lunch, we will resume with our closing session. Time check, it's 9:42 in the morning here in Manila. Ngayon yan. And now, we would like to announce to everyone that we will begin in few seconds. So we would like to request if you may take your seats. Our precious excellencies are now in the green room. They are having a video recording. They will join in a few minutes while our program is ongoing. Thank you for your patience. But we will push ahead with our schedule. And now, Your Excellencies, honored guests from 19 nations, ladies and gentlemen, mabuhay. I hope that you had a good night sleep. I believe that yesterday's main and side events were meaningful, heartwarming, and exceptional, isn't it? I hope you have enjoyed yesterday's program. I am confident that today's events shall be equally brilliant and pleasing to all. I am Mr. Halipa, and it is my honor to serve as your in-house master of ceremony for today. Before we begin with our formal session, let us take this opportunity to kindly greet one another here on site and online. A pleasant morning. Let us greet each other. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize a few important delegates for gracing this occasion with their presence. From Pakistan, His Excellency Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani. From Sri Lanka, His Excellency Maitripala Sirisena. From Palau, His Excellency Johnson Toribio. From Nepal, His Excellency Parmananja. From India, Honorable Ajay Dut. From Cambodia, His Excellency Dr. Singh Somoni and His Excellency Cheng Vanarith. From Thailand, Honorable Dr. Chayong Sachipanon. From India, Ambassador Krishna Rajan. Honorable Eknath Dekal, Dr. Robert Kittel, Mr. Damian Zankli, and Mr. Masaichi Hori, who is joining via Zoom. Members of the Parliament, religious leaders and business leaders, academicians, distinguished guests, ambassadors for peace, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Ayubuan, Ongil Tuto, Annyeonghaseyo, Ohayo gozaimasu, Namaste, Sawadee-kap, Arun Susunday, magandang umaga po, and welcome to the second day of our International Leadership Conference for Asia Pacific, being hosted here in BGC Taguig, City of the Philippines, with the theme Toward Peace and Security on the Korean Peninsula, creating a global culture of peace. Before I introduce our session 5 moderator, let me give a few guidelines to our speakers and commentators to prevent any delay with our succeeding sessions. Our main speaker shall deliver within 10-minute time and commentators within 3-minute mark. We shall show you the time cards indicating the remainder of your allotted time. And now, Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start with our first 5th session, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our session keynote speaker, President of Asian Vision Institute of Cambodia. Let's welcome on stage Dr. Cheng Vanarith. Welcome on stage, sir. Similarly, we would like to welcome member of the Legislative Assembly of Delhi, India, Honorable Ajay Dut. Swagatam, sir. Now, let's welcome from Australia, Chairman of Center for Global Non-Killing and Founder Chairman of Global Knowledge Alliance, Australia. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Anup Swarup. Similarly, let's welcome the co-chair of Universal Peace Federation in Asia Pacific, Dr. Venus Agustin. Similarly, let's welcome on stage board member of the 2nd District of Bohol, House of Representatives, Province of Bohol. Let's welcome Honorable board member of 2nd District of Bohol. Let's welcome Honorable Lucille Yap Lagunay. And now for our moderator for this 5th session, let's welcome the Sub-Regional Director of Universal Peace Federation, Mekong Region, Mr. Hajime Saito. And now I would like to introduce our moderator. He is born in Japan and currently working based in Cambodia, married with Miss Jarurin Saito from Thailand. They have 12-year-old daughter and 2 sons, 8 and 4 years old. He finished his Bachelor of Arts in Theology and North Korean study at Sunmun University in South Korea. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Sub-Regional Director of UPF in Mekong Region, Mr. Hajime Saito.
Very much for Professor Rachel for introducing myself. Good. This regional conference is going on for both online and offline. In this Grand Hyatt Manila Hotel in Philippines with 120 delegates from 19 countries. And also we have the 324 participants online, for those who are joining online from 31 countries. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the first session of the Seoul Resolution and its relevance to Asia Pacific region. As it was already introduced yesterday morning session, Seoul Declaration is a peace declaration toward the sustainable peace and prosperity on Korean Peninsula, which was declared February 13, 2022, at the time of the World Summit 2022. Seoul Declaration wasn't happen all of a sudden, but it was made on the basis of the enormous efforts, historical efforts from the several nations in all over Asia. One of the first fruit efforts bear at the Kathmandu, Nepal during the Asia Pacific Summit 2018. Those head of states from Asia Pacific nation, those who love and practice peace, address their values in critical challenging time. In next year in 2019, at the closing banquet time of the Asia Pacific Summit in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, it was announced by the Phnom Penh Declaration, initiated by the Mother Hakcha Moon of UPF and Somdach Akamaha Senapadei Padai Techo Hun Sen of Prime Minister of Cambodia. Based on Phnom Penh Declaration, it was continued the action of the World Summit 2022 in Seoul, in spite of passing through the difficulties of the COVID pandemic period at September 12, 2021. Think Tank 2022 Asia Pacific Secretariat was launched at Phnom Penh, Cambodia, through signing MOU between Asia Vision Institute, AVI, and Universal Peace Federation, UPF, by strengthening the ecosystem of peace in the Asia Pacific region. So for this session, I would like to invite Dr. Chen Wanarit. He is the keynote speaker, president of AVI, Asia Vision Institute. Dr. Chen Wanarit is a public policy analyst, government relation strategist, and partnership building strategist. He has over 13 years working at the various think tank, universities, public institutions, international organizations, and private corporations. Wow. Maybe he's the smartest man in Cambodia. And he was honored Young Global Leader by World Economic Forum in 2013. Currently, he is serving as the president at the Asian Vision Institute, chairman of the Advisory Council of the National Assembly of Cambodia, advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia, and adjunct lecturer at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. He received his PhD in Asia Pacific Studies from the Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University in Japan, Master in the International Relations from the International University of Japan, Graduate Certificate in Leadership from East-West Center in United States, and Bachelor in the International Relations from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Let's welcome Dr. Chen Wanarit with the big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Hajime-san. It's my great honor and pleasure to be here and humble to share my perspective with distinguished participants today from across the world. So this is a long journey that we have embarked on together with the Universal Peace Federation. So 2019, we kind of have this big event in Phnom Penh, and Hajime-san was the moderator, convener of that Asia Pacific Summit back in 2019. And at that time, we have a Phnom Penh declarations. I'm not sure whether you're aware of that Phnom Penh declaration. You can refer to the website. And in that declaration, it mentioned the establishment of Asia Pacific Union. It was the first time, I think after Nagoya meeting with, when Mother Moon went to Japan, so to show this kind of interest, how can we build Asia Pacific Union? So that is the talk of today. I'm going to share the historical background a bit on that, and my personal perspective on how can we realize Asia Pacific Union. So look at the region, the current state of the Asia Pacific regions. Well, now a lot of people talk about Indo-Pacific, but I prefer to use the word Asia Pacific because it's more inclusive, and Indo-Pacific is more geostrategic concept rather than economic, cultural, social-cultural concepts. So this is the region we are living in this stage of the time at the current moment. Complex interdependence. We are so much interconnected, interdependence, that's why it's very difficult to divide us. So even though there are several attempts to decouple, you know, we call it decoupling strategy, but in reality, I think perhaps it's impossible to decouple or to separate us. So that is the complex interdependence that we have nurtured over the decades, and it's hard to separate our regions. We face a lot of challenges and dilemmas, especially with regards to geopolitical competition in this region, especially between the United States and China. And one of the worrisome concerns at this stage is the visit of the speakers of the US to Taiwan that may trigger a direct confrontation, military confrontation between the US and China. So you could imagine if there's direct military confrontation between the US and China over the Taiwan, then the war, large-scale war, will hit these regions. It's much more serious than the war in Ukraine. So the aircraft carrier have been positioned in the Asia Pacific region. So wait and see the development of this competition, because this is what the US called decisive decade. Who is the winner and loser will be decided within this decade. So we are living in a very dangerous decade. So in the next 5 to 10 years from now. Multiplicity of actors. Yesterday we talked about multi-sectoralism, multi-stakeholder partnership. So that is a strength for peace and stability in this region, because we don't solely rely on the state actor, but increasingly we also need the participation of the non-state actors. So the UPF movement, this kind of peace movement, is part of the non-state actor, right? So growing role of this non-state actor, this kind of movement, multinational companies, grassroots community, because peace at the end of the day is depend on the behavior and the perceptions and worldview of every individual at the grassroots level. So these multiple actors, multiplicity of actors can have promote this holistic kind of foundation of peace and stability. Interconnected issues, we cannot separate any issue from each other. Look at the pandemic crisis, how it affects socio-economic well-being of the people, how it affects security. Look at the war in Ukraine, how it affects food security, energy security, and so on. Climate change, how it affects almost everything. You know, now we have the concept of climate change, climate security, and so on, or water security, energy security nexus. So all these non-traditional security threats are very interconnected. That we need to provide a kind of holistic solution to those issues. But the problem, unfortunately, we have fragmented response. Look at how we respond to the COVID-19 in the early phase. very fragmented across the world, across the region. So if we were united at that time, at the early stage of the COVID-19, perhaps we are much better in addressing this than what a lot of people suffer, a lot of victims of the pandemic. Now we also have fragmented response to climate change, right? Even though we have Paris Agreement climate change, but when it comes to implementation, I think we are still fragmented. And we are fragmented on many issues, including the Myanmar issue, for instance. Within ASEAN, we don't have a united position on that. So this is a problem. Also, how we can be more united, more coherent, cohesive in terms of our response to emerging challenges. So the Asia Pacific region is, 10 years ago, when we talk about the 21st century, we refer to the word Asia Pacific century or Asian century, right? Okay, so 2008. So this is a bit historical background that there were attempts at the time, 2008, because of the global financial crisis in the US and spread to Eurozone crisis and so on. And in this region, there's some movement, initiative to strengthen regional integrations. So Kevin Rudd, the then Prime Minister of Australia, proposed this concept of Asia Pacific Community, but it failed after 2 years of the initiative because the lack of inclusive consultations. So that's why the process of Asia Pacific Union that I'm going to discuss, it is very inclusive. Take it slow. It's not state-centric, but it's multi-stakeholder approach. So that's why I think I'm very optimistic that perhaps gradually we can realize our dream, the Asia Pacific Union. So this is Phnom Penh Declaration. So this is the whole kind of a quotation for those who are not familiar with the Phnom Penh Declaration. So I would like to read this, the whole paragraph of that Phnom Penh Declaration. But Hajime-san was the convener of that summit. So the summit called for a bold new regional vision for a community of Asia Pacific Union nations, a government and civil society partnership to create an Asia Pacific Union characterized by a social and cultural renaissance that builds on a strong filial bonds prevalent in Asian societies. So that is the statement, the whole paragraph in that Phnom Penh Declaration 2019. So the key words here is the partnership between civil society and the government. So this is unique, different from Kevin Rudd with his state-centric. And in the Seoul Declaration 2022, again, also have a reference to the Asia Pacific Union. This is the phrase, two kind of paragraph in the Seoul Declaration. Work together to realize the Asia Pacific Union, which was adopted at the Asia Pacific Summit in Phnom Penh, and the principle of M4P2, mutual respect, mutual understanding, mutual trust, and mutual interest for peace and prosperity. After listening to the conversation dialogue yesterday, I've come up with this is the principle, and I come up with a strategic approach toward this vision of Asia Pacific Union. Also M4P2, but first M is multi-sectoral, multilateralism. Second M is multi-sectoral partnership or multi-stakeholder partnership. The third M is multi kind of dimensional cooperation to address the challenges. And another M is this kind of mutual kind of integration, mutual prosperity, as kind of in the principle of UPF, mutual prosperity. For proactivity, so we need to be more proactivity and practicality, because if we want to implement what we say, it's not just a talk show, but we have to implement what we have promised and committed. So that is the initiative, and I would like to conclude with this Mekong Asia Pacific Initiative, which is a mechanism to realize the Asia Pacific Union. And my institute is working on this concept, Mekong Asia Pacific Initiative now. And we're working on the Universal Peace Charter. Yesterday, some of our distinguished speakers mentioned about Peace Charter. So the full name is Universal Peace Charter. We are going to the final state of zero draft, and we will submit it for further discussion at the Seoul Summit, and we will perhaps adopt it in 2015. So we still have about 2 years more for consultations to develop this Universal Peace Charter. And the International Parliamentary for Peace and Tolerance will be the key mechanism, and hopefully we will submit to the United Nations General Assembly afterwards. So this is a long journey, and we start from here today, and Seoul next month, further discuss to give input. We work closely with UPF and Think Tank 2022 in order to develop this Universal Peace Charter. It will complement to the UN Charter. We doesn't want to compete with the UN, but this is a mechanism to complement with the UN Charter by bringing multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen Wanarit. Please give another big round of applause. Yeah, when I hear your presentation, I remember we make the discussion for the hours and hours and hours in order to make for this Phnom Penh Declaration. And then I really grateful that all this effort is not happening in one day, but also on the foundation to work with the Mr. President in Palau with the long cooperation together with UPF. And I'm really grateful to Prime Minister from Sri Lanka that actually he's a good friend with the Samdech Prime Minister, and we are all really exciting for this new journey. And also he's mentioning about the Indo-Pacific, and now we have the right commentator from India. I would like to introduce for this commentator from India, Honorable Ajay Dutt, member of the Legislative Assembly Delhi, Chair AAPP Delhi NCR India. So I know you have many things to talk about. Please summarize within 3 minutes, and it will be more exciting. Okay, so please welcome Dr. Dutt with a big Honorable Dutt with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Eknath Dhakalji, Asia Chairperson of UPF, Dr. Kittal, President Denklin, all the delegates, UPF leader, peacemakers, ladies and gentlemen. I would start with a quote of Mother Moon. Mother Moon said in her biography that with neither fear nor anger, my husband and I prayed for conciliation between North and South Korea. We were not responsible for the division of Korean Peninsula, but we took responsibility for its peaceful reunification. We have always felt that ending the conflict of Korean Peninsula would turn the world toward peace. So that is the statement of Mother Moon. Now, the Seoul resolution is a product of recent concluded World Summit 2022 under the leadership of a great peace leader, Mother Moon, is endorsed by the Prime Minister of Cambodia, Hun Sen, and two-time General Secretary Ban Ki-moon, and supported by more than 80% and former leader of the state and the government, which is a big world level summit and acceptance of the peace summit of Seoul resolution. As this is called the century of Asian, and the peace in Asia is crucial for global peace and harmony. It is only conceivable if there is a peace in Northeast Asia, and to be very precise, in Korean Peninsula. Since the division of Korean Peninsula, it is very unique, and there is a persistent need for reunification. And I really admire the peace leader in the world that they are making consistent effort to make peace in the Korean Peninsula. And it is very, very important because these two countries are actually representing the whole world. If you look at the past, if you look at their history, 1950 onwards. Therefore, I am completely astonished by Father and Mother Moon life commitment to this global cause of reunification of Korean Peninsula. The full reunification of the Korean Peninsula resolution have 17 points, but I think all are very important. In my opinion, the promote multi-sectoral development framework to enhance food security and public health cooperation between the Korean Peninsula and the Mekong region is very, very important, because the whole world is watching that as to how it will take place, and work towards the realization of the Asia Pacific Union, APU, which has adopted at the Asia Pacific Summit in 2019 through the Mekong Asia Pacific Initiative. Reform the principle of mutual respect, mutual understanding, mutual trust is the kind of correlation and exchange of mutual business relationship, mutual interest to create peace and prosperity, which we call as a M4P2. And the promotion of international order based on the UN Charter and international law. So this always established, which is also given in the all 17 points of resolution, the establishment and a partnership committed and consistent, which is of the think tank advice which happened in 2022. Another stakeholder to carry out an action, the action plan, the peace project, and also the contribution to the realization of sustainable peace, prosperity, and the progress in Korean Peninsula. I would just say a few things. If we look at the human history, time to time, God Almighty sends the great people on the earth to save humanity and human being. I really appreciate Mother Moon, who is one of the greatest women leader. I quote, she is one of the greatest women leader of human history, whom God has sent, the first divine daughter, who is making tireless effort to address concern of the Korean Peninsula and restore peace, not only just for Korean Peninsula, but also for the rest of the world. And the whole world should support this historical Korean Peninsula resolution for the peace of Asia and for humanity. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Mother Moon and also to all the peace leaders of UPF all over the world. And I thank you all, and I request all of you to please applaud and give a round of applause to all the peace leaders of the world who has been part of this great resolution to save not only Korea but also to the world. Thank you very much, and namaste.
Thank you very much, Honorable, that I give you the applause to you. Thank you for your, please give the big round of applause. Thank you very much that we can really feel that the connection from the Indo-Pacific. And I'm really grateful to Mr. Vice President of Nepal. Like all these things happen because of the Nepal summit. Thank you very much. And we are really grateful to meet you. And then next commentator will be the Professor Dr. Arnob Swarap. And then because the Dr. Chanwanirith is talking about that this proposed from the Asia Pacific Committee is starting from 2008 by Australia. So we have the right person to, as a commentator. Please welcome Professor Swarap.
Mabuhay, greetings and namaskar to the very distinguished and eminent guests, both on the floor and on the dais. I am mindful of the time card, so I'll have to rush. One thing which I thought I should mention, but at the outset, my homage to a great soul, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. His assassination on 5th of July was a very, I would say, shocking event. And that brought us to the realization that we face an increasingly dangerous and killing world. I am the chairman of the Center for Global Non-Killing, headquartered in Hawaii. And I thought in this short time, maybe I'll take a minute just to introduce it to the Center for Global Non-Killing. It was set up in 1968 by Nobel laureates. And the whole idea was that we should promote a world of non-violence. And this was known as Center for Global Non-Violence. But in 2010, Professor Glendy Page, who was himself a Korean War veteran, and he felt very strongly that instead of non-violence, it is non-killing, which we should strive to achieve. Because non-killing is not only focused, but also targetable, and it is achievable. I should mention that there is nothing more important in our world than the life itself. And if we are focused on human lives to start with, then we can save our world and our societies and our countries and the whole globe from future wars. One interesting finding at the Center for Global Non-Killing, where there are 800 scholars is that only 0.5% of humans have actually killed in the entire human recorded history, which is 5,000 years. And that can bring us to the stark realization that humans by nature do not kill. Then what is the problem? The problem is that we have encouraged a world of politics, be it the Koreas, the Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and now Ukraine. We are promoting walls of, these are the walls where we promote not only dissuasion, also we promote mutual dislike, disrespect. And I should tell that most of the religions in our world, most, I would say all, they promote a non-killing world. So now is the time, and I will come straight to Article 99 of the UN Charter, where it is possible for North and South Korea to sit down. And at the Center for Global Non-Killing, we had requested, we had called for a 6-party negotiation. And incidentally, all of them are now with the UN. I'm talking of not only the 6 parties, but also President Biden and also the Chinese premier, the Chinese chairman. They can sit down and promote a call where we have a world of better understanding and we have a non-killing world where both the Koreas unite. A little time back, we were talking of a multiplex region, which is the Asian region, particularly the Oceanic region. And I can recall I had a meeting with Kevin Rudd. And before that, I had met Moon because I was working with the United Nations, and General Secretary Ban Ki-moon had a detailed discussion on the Koreas. And he was very keen that both the Koreas unite and we promote a peace process. But that was not to be. Now I'll come straight to the Sustainable Development Goal 16.1. It's very much possible for us to have a world where we promote non-violence, non-killing, unification, and before I end, I'll come straight to the UNESCO Charter, because it states that the constructs of war are in the minds of men. So the bridges of peace have to be built in our minds, in human mind itself. And that is where we at the Center for Global Non-Killing have promoted a global non-killing index on the lines of Global Peace Index. This global non-killing index has revealed that in the last few years, we are increasingly promoting a society which is killing. And that brings us to the final construct which I have promoted, and that is affirmative non-killing. That is to build the processes, the establishment, the procedures, starting from the schooling of our children, where we promote our non-killing, non-violent, value-added mindset in our own youngsters, so that we have a world which is peaceful, which is non-killing. I won't take much time, but again, I would like to particularly thank the Universal Peace Foundation, the Universal Peace Federation and Mother Moon. They have done a commendable job for the last few decades. And I compliment them as I thank all of you. Already have given a round of applause, but I'll again request to applaud each and every individual sitting here, because you're all peace proponents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Swarap, the global chairman, chair center of the Global Non-Killing and founder of Chairman Global Knowledge Alliance. Yeah. It is really powerful for your message, because all this knowledge is coming from your experience, or all our experience. And because yesterday also the Excellency Sensamoni was mentioning about background of the Phnom Penh Declaration is coming to overcoming our experience through the winning strategy. So it was the knowledge come from the experience. So we need to overcome for that. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Venus Augustine. He's a co-chair of UPF Asia Pacific. And also he's my master for martial arts. So let's hear my master's wisdom. So let's welcome the Dr. Venus Augustine with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hashimi, my friend. To the excellencies, to the respected panelists, my dear colleagues, brothers and sisters, good morning. So I was given to give a comment on the keynote speaker, and I was really impressed by his presentations. First of all, I would like to really mention the reason why we are here. The founders, the late Reverend Dr. San Myang Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, the founders of the Universal Peace Federation, really provided a roadmap for world peace. If you look at our, you have all this brochure, right? In the UPF Principles of Peace, I don't have to go into the details, but you can read. This is the reason why we are here. Why we are moving and ceasingly promoting these universal principles of peace. In line with the speech of Dr. Cheng Vaneres from the Asian Vision Institute, which is actually the think tank of the government of Cambodia under Prime Minister Hun Sen. And in partnership, signed an MOU with the Universal Peace Federations, mentioned a very important message and related to the establishment of the Asia Pacific Union, which is a very ambitious goal, right? It may not be easy, but at least it was declared and adopted. And also the most striking part that he mentioned about the M4P2. The M4P2 has been reiterated by my friend from India, and also the support of non-killing, right? That's an amazing statement. I hope there will be no killings after this message. The M4P2 is a very good, proposal. And I really appreciate that statement. He elaborated into the details of that. And I hope that you can look into it, and it was actually put it in the Seoul resolutions towards sustainable peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. You can read and review. I don't have to go into details and repeat because of time. So with that, I do believe that with the statement and presentation by Dr. Banarit is suffice enough for us to really take into heart all this statement. May God bless everyone, and I hope that this will not be the end of our meetings, but it will be the beginning of further collaboration and partnership. Good morning.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Venus, that he's also the martial arts instructor and my master, Master Venus. And then let's bring it. So this is not the end, this is a beginning. And with this, all our statement that really bringing for our land, from the dead land to the life land to the heavenly land. So this is a really meaningful. And then I would like to introduce for the fourth commentator, Honorable Lucille Langunai. Is that correct, my pronunciation? Oh, she is the board member of the first district of Bohol, Philippines. So I'm very happy to have the woman commentator. So please welcome Honorable Langunai.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Ekmak Dakal and his lady, Dr. Robert Kittle and his lady, esteemed peace advocates around the world, good morning. The Seoul Resolution signed in February 2022 recognizes the initiative to finally and permanently put an end to an unresolved war, a war left hanging in the ceasefire, instead of a total stoppage of hostilities. Indeed, the after effects of the Korean War is like a gaping wound which refuses to heal after all these years. And I am only beginning to understand how Koreans from both sides of the divide really want to close and mend the cut once and for all and be free from the throbbing pain. As a citizen of another country who growing up only read about the Korean War in history books, and now as a public servant, read about the continuing tension from international news reports. As one who lives hundreds of miles away from the Korean Peninsula, I did not fully grasp the yearning, the seriousness of the desire to unite the North and South until I read the Seoul Resolution, attended this forum, and heard the presentations of our distinguished speakers. And I just realized how this global effort to reunite the two Koreas could impact other countries, such as my own, the Philippines, which also has its share of internal conflicts within its borders. Indeed, to successfully reunite the two Koreas, the leadership of both sides must abandon the doctrine of peace through strength and instead aim to achieve strength through peace. A peaceful reunification of Korea will be an inspiration for other countries, not just in the Asia-Pacific region, which our distinguished gentleman from Cambodia, Dr. Vanarit earlier mentioned, is a complex region, but throughout the world, hopefully including the situation between Ukraine and Russia. The Seoul Resolution impresses me for its clear and simple language, but determined and holistic approach. No to use of weapons, yes to constructive dialogue, build trust, two Koreans prospering together, integrating to the region, promoting the concept, two states towards one nation, one people, one culture. There is one more thing we need to acknowledge. Coming from different races and culture, we share a commonality of a belief of the divine providence that affects the course of our lives and shapes the destiny of nations. Thus, even as we exert human efforts to attain peace and and unity. Let us all together invoke divine intervention in accordance with our respective faiths to grant our aspirations. Our God answers prayers. Although, as what Dr. Vannereith mentioned earlier, we have fragmented responses, the adoption of the Seoul Resolution will show the world that nonviolence is the best option. As the international community continues to push for peaceful solutions, I believe both sides will finally see the light and be equally committed to achieve lasting peace. And as a citizen of the world, I commit to be a champion of peace, starting in my own community, Bohol, Philippines. A peaceful morning, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Languai. That pleased to meet you. This is the first time for me to see you, but I know you because of your work with Dr. Kittel in Bohol. And thank you very much. And now your insight is really connecting this Asia Pacific to the Korean Peninsula. And then this is the truly starting point that we are contributing for the peaceful unification of the Korean Peninsula to all over the world. Thank you very much. So now I would like to have some opportunity for the interactive session in here. So I would like to ask from all of you, if you have some comment or question, please raise your hand, and then you can give some comment. And then please try to summarize within 1 minute. Then we can have more opportunity to listen from each other. So those who have comment or question, whatever, please raise your hand. Anyone else who have the comment? Okay, please. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Commissioner by Norhata Alonto, a Muslim, a Mindanaoan, and the Muslims in the audience will agree with me that in Islam, the best and the highest form of ideals and ideas is for a person to achieve peace with his environment, peace with his common fellows, peace with himself, and peace with his creator. I am very lucky, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity, for giving me this chance to be heard. I was quite desperate yesterday because I was thinking there will be no participative portion of this conference. Alhamdulillah, may I suggest, Confucius said, keep on moving, no matter how slow. Just keep moving. I would like to say to the Universal Peace Federation, to the ILC, and to the Asia Pacific Universal Peace Federation, and all the attendees, all the delegates, all the distinguished speakers, to please push for peace. Because in South Korea and North Korea, because I am a Muslim, and you know that I belong to this sector that is always misunderstood, always labeled as a terrorist, and we have always been challenged, but never mind. We always look at the brighter side of life. Let us not stop doing this. Thank you to Dr. Moon, to Mrs. Moon, and to all the very wonderful, good-spirited individuals who are attending this kind of forum. Let's not stop. Let's move on until South Korea and North Korea gets united. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. It is a really meaningful message from all the way from Mindanao. Anyone else? Anyone else who have the comment? Okay, please.
Yeah, I would like to read my comment from my cell phone. The pursuit of peace in the whole wide world, more particularly in the Korean Peninsula, has always been imperative on the part of God's people. Jesus Christ, our Lord, as the Prince of Peace, has exemplified for us what it means to pursue peace. And as His people, we deem it urgent to pursue peace in our borders and everywhere. ILC 2022 has proven to be a major step in the right direction, for it has raised a greater awareness for all of us ambassadors of peace to sustain our relentless pursuit of peace in our personal lives, in our respective families, and everywhere. As advocates of peace, we are duty-bound to influence the various sectors in our society to be a great part in this agenda of peacemaking. Our purpose is clear and explicit, that we want to ultimately create and establish a culture of peace in every part of our community, both locally and universally. And I'm aware that peace must start with me, but I must draw my personal peace from the Prince of Peace, Jesus Christ our Lord. I have come to the ultimate decision that I will always be a part of UPF because it has sounded a prophetic call to all that there is only one thing to pursue in life, and that is peace. Shalom to us all.
Thank you very much for your precious comment. So now I would like to, one more. Okay, one more.
Hello. Mabuhay. I prepared a reflection for of this ILC 2022, and I would like to read. Toward peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, creating a global culture of peace. His Excellencies from participating nations, religious leaders, NGOs, academicians, and all leaders from different sectors, good morning. The UPF, founded by Reverend Sun Young Moon and Hak Ha-jan Moon, is now a pillar of global journey for the culture of peace and development. With our 2 days ILC conference from July 30 to 31, 2022 at this Grand Hyatt Manila as the venue of the conference have paved the way for the following: human social relation to flourish and nurtured for universal peace through love and living for the sake of others. The goal of reunification of North and South Korea may present an elusive dream. However, with UPF, it's opened a door, finding ways and means to harmonize the prospect of reunification with the solidarity of all nations and positive communications. As of the present, bridging and engaging peace initiative with a community of political leaders of all democratic countries can make peace a culture for development strategy. The Mindanaoans participating this conference, who came from different faith-based organizations, entirely believe that when we return back to our beloved Mindanao Island, we'll strengthen our interfaith council, sustain the culture of peace, and we experience now after the Little War or the Marawi siege in Mindanao in the previous years. On the other hand, the dream of reunification of North and South Korea, which in the beginning before World War II were united in origin, its human history, be in culture, political, economic, and social aspect. Because of the 30th parallel, they were divided and become two nations with opposite or extreme human ideology. Forcing them to become one is to humanize the Korean history and be back where it started. From here, our journey is continued. The issue of the culture of peace expanded to become global, international, and national and local challenge. Without peace, we could never be human and live as God wanted us to be, to live in His own image. Lastly, it humbled us to see the difference, why we are here, why we were chosen. Thank you, UPF, leaders of Asia and the Pacific, for your vision of reunification of North and South. Korea is now a step over to the world where a group of people like us who wanted change for a better world to live by is now in our hands as community builders for peace initiative. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your precious reflection and comment. So now I would like to conclude for this session of session 5. Thank you very much for Dr. Wanarit and also our commentators. Thank you all and thank you, please.
Thank you. Let us give a round of applause to our session 5 speakers, commentators, and moderator. Dr. Vanarith from Cambodia, Honorable Dut from India, Professor Dr. Swarup from Australia, Dr. Agustin from the Philippines, and Honorable Lagunay from Bohol province of the Philippines. Let us take this opportunity to have a photo. Oh, and now let's give a round of applause to our session 5 speaker, commentators, and moderators. Thank you to all our participants on site and online for your attentive participation. We would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the following distinguished excellencies for gracing our first session in the morning. From Sri Lanka, His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena. Let's give a round of applause. From Palau, Honorable His Excellency Johnson Toribio. Thank you, sir. From Nepal, His Excellency Parmananja. And from India, former Ambassador Krishna Rajan. Of course, we have our Honorable Eknath Dakal, Dr. Robert Kittle, Mr. Demian Dunkley, and Mr. Mai Saichi Hori, who's joining us via Zoom. And of course, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of former Cabinet Secretary, Attorney Salvador Panelo, the past immediate presidential and legal counsel of President Rodrigo Duterte. And also, we would like to recognize the presence of our TV and radio Philippine government broadcast journalist, Mr. Aljo Pendijo. Welcome, sir. Now, time check. It's 10:50. We're going to have a 15-minute break. So let us have a coffee break. Please be back here in the hall at 11:05. 11:05. And those who are joining us online, please enjoy your coffee break at home or in your office. Thank you very much. See you at 11:05. Please enjoy your coffee break. Thank you. Also, if somebody lost a piece of their earring, kindly approach in front, approach me. We have lost and found a piece of an earring. Thank you. Similarly, if you have lost anything, if you want to announce, kindly just send me a slip, piece of paper, so I may announce. So we might find what you lost. Time check, it's 10:52 Manila time, 10:52 in the morning Manila time. We'll be back in the hall at 11:05. Thank you. Time check, it's at 10:55 in the morning. We have 10 minutes before we're going to proceed with our second session for today. You may take your coffee or tea or your snack from outside, and you may bring it back to the hall. We can have a working snack. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Time check, it's 6 minutes before our next session. We would like to request our distinguished guest who are still outside. You may bring your snack inside. We can have a working snack. Also, we would like to announce those who are interested for our international participants. Note, for our international participants who are interested in sightseeing, kindly go to our secretariat table. Kindly register your name for a city tour. We have arranged a package for your tour around the city. Kindly register your name in the secretariat just outside the hall. Again, for those international participants who are interested in joining our sightseeing, kindly go to our secretariat table and register your name for a sightseeing in the city. Time check, it's 5 minutes before our next session. We would like to remind everyone to kindly slowly enter the hall now. You may bring your snack. You may eat your snack. We can have a working snack this time. You may bring your snack inside the hall. Last 5 minutes before we commence our session 6. Our session 6 will be interesting. We have distinguished speakers, commentators, and we have a very interesting topic. It's entitled Achieving Sustainable Peace and Development in Asia, in the Asia Pacific, a multilateral challenges and opportunities. We would like to announce that we have Lost and Found. We're projecting now on the screen. So if you have lost something displayed on the screen, kindly approach any of our staff. We'll be happy to help you if we have found your stuff. Thank you, and please take good care of your stuff. We have lost and found a piece of an earring. Whoever is the rightful owner, kindly approach us in front. Kindly approach me. It's on our table. Thank you. Time check, it's 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes before we will begin with our next session. Thank you. Time check. Time check. It's 11:04. 11:04. If you're still outside the hall, we would like to request you, Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you are online via YouTube, Facebook, or Zoom, kindly turn on your camera now. If you are in Zoom or you're in Facebook or YouTube, kindly be online now. We'll begin in a moment. We would like to request our coordinators to kindly usher in our distinguished participants who are still outside. You may bring your snack inside the hall. We can have a working snack this time. Feel free to bring your snack inside the hall. We just want to take this opportunity to double check with our next session members of the panel, members of our table. We have Ambassador KV Rajan. Yes, thank you, sir. We have Attorney Salvador Panelo. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Jessica Wichaja. Are you around, ma'am? Yes, thank you. And Dr. Ahmed Toho. Yes, thank you. And Dr. Bernadette Pushpangcheli. All right, she's still outside. We would like to call Dr. Bernadette Pushpangcheli. You're outside, kindly come inside. We'll begin in a moment. Also, Mr. Krishna Chandra Jha. Yes, thank you, sir. Time check, it's 11:06. We are 1 minute over time. You are still outside. We humbly request you to kindly enter the hall now. You may bring your snack. We can have a working snack this time. We will begin once we have our Dr. Pushpangcheli inside the hall. Can somebody please usher in our Dr. Pushpangcheli, Bernadette Pushpangcheli from Fiji? Ma'am, are you here? We would like to begin our next session very soon so that we can have our lunch meal on time. Dr. Bernadette Pushpangcheli, are you around? Dr. Pushpangcheli? Oh, yes. Thank you, ma'am. We'll begin soon. To our distinguished participants who are still outside, those who are online, we would like to request you to please return to your seats. Those on site, kindly enter the hall now, and those online, kindly join us now. We'll begin soon. Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce that if you have received any media report regarding this event ILC 2020 in Manila, kindly send to our secretariat the link so that we can collect the media reports. Kindly send to our secretariat team the link. I believe we are ready. Yes. All right, we would like to request on stage now for the session 6 entitled Achieving Sustainable Peace and Development in the Asia Pacific, a Multilateral Challenges and Opportunities. Let's welcome on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage Consultant and Advisor for Senator Robin Hood Padilla and immediate past presidential spokesperson of President, His Excellency President Duterte. Let's welcome on stage Attorney Salvador Panelo. Next, let's welcome Doctor of Law, Constitutional Law, Head of Delegation of W20 Indonesia, Dr. Jessica Wijaja. Please come on stage. And next, Mr. Ahmed Toho, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Global Somali Diaspora, and is currently the Director of the East Africa Security and Policy Forum. Mr. Ahmed Toho, let's give a round of applause. Next, former Associate Dean of Student Life, College and Medical and Nursing and Health Sciences at PG National University, Dr. Bernadette Pushpanjali. Let's welcome and Chairman of IAM International College of Nepal, our commentator, Mr. Krishna Chandra Jha. Last but not the least, the most important, our moderator, the senior Indian diplomat and former Secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs of the Government of India, Ambassador His Excellency KV Rajan. Let's welcome our moderator. Thank you. And now it is my honor to introduce our moderator. He is a former member of the Indian Foreign Service and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He has served as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy and occupied many senior diplomatic assignments, including the rank of ambassador in a number of countries, including France, USA, UK, Zambia, Algeria, and Nepal. After retirement, he was entrusted with a dozen senior positions in various governmental and non-governmental organizations. As example, President of the Association of the Indian Diplomats, member of the National Security Advisory Board, Chairman of the Ambassadors Economic Forum, Director of EU-India Cooperation Forum, and Director of Indian Institute of Public Policy. He is editor of the book, The Ambassadors Club by Harper Collin. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator, Ambassador Krishna Rajan. He's also chairman of our UPF in India.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. And I must say it is a particular pleasure and honor for me to moderate this very important session on achieving sustainable peace and development in the Asia Pacific, or as is known elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific. First point I would like to make is, without wanting to anticipate what our distinguished speakers would like to present, is that since we have honored former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe yesterday, this is a subject which was of particular importance to him, to which really he gave an enormous amount of time and energy in the last few years of his life. So it is important to honor the memory of Shinzo Abe when we are discussing this important subject. He was passionately interested in a free and open Indo-Pacific. In each country in the region really working for peace through strength, and in an environment of expanded international cooperation, with democracy and free markets flourishing wherever possible. today we find that the situation is extremely dangerous, very, very unpredictable, and it is very complicated. There's a lot of competition. There is a lot of tension. No single power really in the Indo-Pacific is happy with the present situation. And each power thinks that it is acting defensively to the actions of others. So I think we are in a very unpredictable situation. We are living in extremely dangerous times. And as we heard in the first session this morning, the situation in the region potentially is much, much more dangerous than what we have, for example, in the Ukraine war. There is a lot of interdependence, but there is also excessive competition and a total absence of trust. And in a sense, dominating this entire region is also the unresolved question of the reunification of Korea. So I would not like to say anything more at this stage. Let me begin by requesting the first of our very distinguished speakers, Attorney Salvador Panelo, consultant and advisor for Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to take the podium and give us the benefit of his views. Please.
Thank you. Good morning. Officials of the Universal Peace Federation, Your Excellencies of various countries present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The first question to be asked is there peace in this world? And in particular, is there peace in the Asia-Pacific region? The past and present history of the world shows countries mired in constant conflicts. Either they are engaged in bloody wars resulting into destructions of millions of lives and properties, or it is in a state of Cold War. And in a state of Cold War, while countries ally themselves with leading superpowers and not manifesting armed conflicts, they support opposing sides in the rest of the world. We know for a fact that Cold War began immediately after World War II. And it ended with the dissolution of the Union of Socialist Soviets, of Union of Socialist Soviet Republic. And while the state of Cold War ended, the rise of China as a superpower and Russia's aggressive attempts at expansion and resurrecting its past glories, as exemplified by the Russia-Ukraine war, as well as North Korea's flaunting its nuclear weapons, This placed in peril the peace, the relative peace, the tenuous peace that we have. The detente or the easing of tension among countries. We know for a fact that peace has always been an elusive entity. And while in the many stages of human history, the relative peace among and between nations have been shattered, we cannot, however, stop. And countries cannot cease and desist from embarking and pursuing initiatives that will lead to permanent peace among nations. Global focus has been placed in the Asia-Pacific region, and even as there is a visible and a remarkable economic development in this part of the world, security concerns have increased, what with the competing interests of major superpowers like China, Japan, United States, Russia, South and North Korea, and other ASEAN countries. The other countries have their own internal conflicts, and each of them has its own internal and external securities. Challenges in governance, quality of life, and inequality must be addressed. The diversity of the countries in this region in many aspects, like the landscape, society, culture, religion, and history, make the challenge of achieving sustainable peace and development more challenging. But recognition of this diversity, education, and multilateral cooperation is certainly a pathway to peace and economic development. Excuse me. Traversing this route will diminish, if not totally eliminate, armed conflicts, exploitation, violent extremism, and other social ills. But one sure formula to commence the factors that I have mentioned: recognition of the diversity, education, and multilateral cooperation. To achieve this lasting peace and economic development among nations is love. Having love in the hearts and minds of all peoples of the world is the triggering factor that will lead to the circumstances that I have said, that will bring us to the pathway to peace. Nobody can dispute that love is the cornerstone of humankind. And it is the absence of love that is the source of all human conflicts. With love, there will be understanding among countries of the world. And if there is understanding, there will be sharing of assets, sharing of the bounties that God has created for all of us. And if there is sharing, there will be cooperation among and between countries. That, to my mind, is the ultimate foundation that will lead us to lasting peace and economic development, not only in the Asia-Pacific region, but in the entire world. So let us begin by loving one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. I think the takeaway from what you said is that today's geopolitics is preventing us from dealing with the real issues facing us, such as the developing country debt crisis, the development deficit, climate change, and the shrinking prospects for the global economy. The result of zero-sum political approaches to issues of peace and prosperity is leading to an increased likelihood of conflict in an uncertain future. And the answer to that is to overcome mistrust and try and build on the reservoir of love, which is untapped, but which is very much there in the human heart. So with that, and thanking you again for your remarks, may I invite Dr. Jessica Wijaja, Chair, International Association for Economic Development, IAED Indonesia, to please make her presentation. Dr. Jessica.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity today. And first of all, I'm sending my honor to all the head of states, His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, 2008 to 2012, His Excellency President of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, and His Excellency Johnson Toribio, President of Palau 2009 to 2013, and His Excellency Gloria Macapagal, which she attended virtually yesterday, President of Philippines 2001 to 2010. And greetings to Chair of UPF International, His Excellency Thomas G. Walls, Chair of UPF Asia Pacific, Honorable Egnat Dakal, and founding President of International Associations of Parliamentarians for Peace of Philippines, Honorable Leopoldo Bertolil, and all excellencies here and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an amazing opportunity for us to gather in Manila, Philippines this year for UPF International Leadership Conference 2022. As the chair of International Associations on Peace and Economic Development Indonesia, I would like to address the importance of our role as UPF is a consultative status organization to Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations is founded on three mutually reinforcing pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. Conflict has devastating effects on development and the fulfillment of human rights. Studies have found, for example, the agricultural production is an average of 12.3% lower in conflict-affected countries than in those same countries during peacetime, severely impacting the right to food and food security. Food insecurity undermines the capability of the society, affecting vulnerable populations disproportionately, such as women and children. According to UNICEF, 230 million children were living in war-torn countries as of 2014 and have been subject to related human rights violations. Studies have also found that access to education and other public services is severely constrained in conflict-affected countries. In a UNDP study of 29 conflict-affected countries, just 3 reported any growth in GDP during the conflict and 9 experienced GDP declines over 50%. Military spending has adverse effects on the enjoyment of all human rights and prevents states from realizing internationally recognized development goals. As the Secretary General has said, the world is overarmed and peace is underfunded. Moreover, the economic costs of wars and violence can transcend generations. The World Future Council has noted that worldwide annually, over $1.7 trillion are spent on arms and the military. And by redirecting only 10% of these expenses, world hunger and extreme poverty most likely be eliminated. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights further calls for states to mobilize maximum available resources for the progressive realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. As a whole, the Declaration's vision of development addresses many of the root causes of conflict, establishing a normative framework through which conflict and militarization can be transformed into international cooperation and human-centered development with a view of achieving equality, justice, and peace. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in particular, Sustainable Development Goal 16 on the United Nations, calls on states to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. The Addis Ababa Action Agenda of the Third International Conference on Financing for Development emphasizes that conflict poses a direct threat to development and calls for mobilization of resources for peace building and development. These instruments clearly establish that states have human rights obligations requiring them to prioritize funding to fulfill the right to development for all persons and to pursue peace, security, and disarmament. While conflict threatens both development and the enjoyment of human rights, development and human rights are themselves essential to conflict prevention. The realization of human rights and of inclusive, equitable, human-centered development can alleviate root causes of conflict and enable peaceful and just methods of resolving tensions. Through international cooperation, states can capitalize on the savings from all disarmament and global peace to further development and realization of all human rights for all. The United Nations can play a key role in this effort by providing a space for peaceful conflict resolution and dispute settlement, and for negotiation of disarmament treaties, as well as promoting global development and human rights. Peace without economic development is impossible, for sure, but economic development does not automatically build peace. It can even undermine it. And so we need economic development that is conducive to peace. Peace through prosperity is the wide and fair participation in the creation and pursuit of growth, jobs, incomes, and livelihoods. It means giving people the opportunity to save and invest, as well as ensuring tax revenues are raised and spent fairly, wisely, and of course, transparently. Economic activities that are both socially and environmentally sustainable also contribute to peace. There are certain levers of change through which businesses and economic development promoters can build peace. It's all about how they approach the investment in human capital and choices about which sectors and activities to invest in, building relationships across between societies, legal issues, the security of their operations and people's safety, matters of infrastructure, and access to land. Those are all things that matter to economic development and peace. People have to consciously link their economic planning to peace planning. They also need to think about the political economy, people's interests, for example, incentives and values, through which different interests, incentives, and values are mediated. This helps understand economic development changes are possible, and also what changes are possible for peace. Using this framework, incremental steps can be made towards peace and prosperity. Economic development is defined as a sustained improvement in material well-being of society. Economic development is a wider concept than economic growth. Apart from growth of national income, it includes changes of social, cultural, political, as well as economic, which contribute to material progress. It contains changes in resource supplies, in the rate of capital formation, in size and composition of population, in technology, skills and efficiency, in institutional and organizational setup. These changes fulfill the wider objectives on ensuring more equitable income distribution, greater employment, and poverty elevation. In short, economic development is a process consisting of a long chain of interrelated changes in fundamental factors of supply and in a structure of demand, leading to a rise in the net national product of a country in a long run. And sustainable development is development that meets the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development includes the protection of future economic growth and future development. In other words, it means a better quality of life for everyone now and for generations to come. Sustainable development includes the protection of future economic growth and future development. And growth is essential, but sustainable development requires to be different. And as nowadays, this is very important. We are supporting the 5.0 industry in Indonesia. Also, I believe in all other countries as a revolution for the 4.0 industry. The modern economic growth is determined by how we adapt to the situation. With Industry 5.0, many people wanted to bring the human, social, and environmental dimensions back into the equation. They felt this wasn't the case in Industry 4.0 and initially mainly focused on the human touch. Therefore, Industry 5.0, as we know it now, brings in this human touch and several topics that receive much attention nowadays. Among all these topics, resilience, like for example, business resilience and cyber resilience, sustainability and environment purpose and values, ethics, diversity, and circular economy, the place of people in the future of work with more human-machine collaboration, human-centric solutions, artificial intelligence, and digital technology. We believe that together we can achieve the international growth for peace and economic development, and together we make a greater impact to all the people around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Vidyaja. Those are very important points that you made. The relationship between peace and security, peace and development, sustainable economic development. It is true that you cannot hope to have economic development without peace. But I think one of the problems today that we see in this region is that every country is professing a strategy of peace. And there is a competition between these professed strategies. All these strategies, whether it's coming from China or the US or other countries, they contain unexceptional sentiments, the idea of mutual respect, of core interests, of indivisible security, assuring freedom of navigation, upholding territorial integrity and sovereignty, etc., etc. But at the normative level, you cannot quarrel with any of these strategies, but they are professed strategies because the truth is that these countries, by and large, through their actions, are actually moving in the opposite direction. Instead of serving the cause of peace, what is actually happening is that there is more and more cynicism about their professed strategies. And I think the only answer to that is to put sustainable development in the driver's seat rather than geopolitics. Because once you have geopolitics in the driver's seat, it is really a question of, constantly professing a certain commitment to peace while practicing otherwise. So let us continue with this very interesting discussion. Already we've had two very important points being made by the first two speakers. And I hope that we can build on this and lead to some kind of a roadmap at the end of this session. May I now call upon Mr. Ahmed Toho, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Global Somali Diaspora. He's currently the Director of the East Africa Security and Policy Forum, to please share his thoughts with us. Mr. Toho.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, government representatives, diplomats, academics, respected ILC organizers, UBF volunteers, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be invited to the International Leadership Conference in this beautiful city, Manila, Philippines. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Just want to continue the topic of achieving sustainable peace and development in Asia Pacific by applying multilateral challenges and opportunities. The political and strategic environment of the Asia Pacific region is currently entering a new period of great power competition that has been driven by increasing levels of rivalry between the United States and China, and fueled in part by deterioration of relations between the United States and Russia. In addition to territorial disputes over South China Sea, this has also resulted in increasing levels of competition between China on one hand and the United States, Australia, and New Zealand on the other hand, for political and economic influence over smaller Pacific island nations. The other potential flashpoints that have the potential of influence conflict in the region and that are the territorial disputes of Taiwan, Formosa, Kuril Island, and Aksai Chin, Hotan County, and Putong County, area between India and China. It's also important not to disregard the potential disruption that may occur as a result of climate change, nuclear proliferation, and even trade wars, with latter arising because of domestic political economic pressure, or even sparked because of conflict tension in other parts of the world, such as Russia-Ukraine conflict. This poses the question of whether Asia-Pacific region can sustain another generation of exceptional peace and economic growth in the face of unprecedented geopolitical change. The answer, this can be yes, if the continued effort is to put into building economic cooperation, which includes genuine political dialogue and cultural exchange. Such efforts, while challenged by the scale of both historic and more contemporary rivalries and problems, can be succeeds if they include participation of non just national level elites, but also business, civil society, and diaspora populations. Only through such genuine multilateral effort can the Asia-Pacific region avoid further escalation of political and military rivalry, which already threatens the stability, peace, and economic prosperity of its nations and peoples. I will go through some challenges facing Asia-Pacific. A rapid political and economic shift. The countries of Asia-Pacific are grappling with demographic changes, economic transition brought by both technology and climate change, while also having to deal with complex and shifting strategic environment. Rapid economic development necessitates clear ground rules, both law and in terms of social responsibility, so that stakeholders can seek collaborative solutions to new problems and challenges. The region must establish a stronger system for management of change and transformation that are flexible to work with both traditional social political power structure and current political system, as well as to navigate between rival great powers. This also includes middle powers such as Australia and New Zealand, which may also seek to act in the interest of their more powerful allies. Increasing strategic competition amongst the region's key actors. As China continues to grow in diplomatic, economic, and military power, other Asia-Pacific nations will need to adjust to the change in power dynamics. This will include the need to try to balance the interest of the world great powers that are active in their countries and the region. In particular, nations in Asia-Pacific will need to balance their interest in the context of growing strong strategic competition between the United States and China. Fragility resulting from trust gap is also amongst regional, something that regional nations need to consider. Historical animosities and current territorial conflict have resulted in trust deficit, with security relations and decision-making significantly impacting by historical views and misconceptions. Military and purchase of advanced technology is another issue. Rapid technical advances and spread of power military technology in the absence of peaceful dialogue and trust can increase the risk of escalating argument in armed confrontation or even conflict. There are currently inefficient early warning mechanism for diplomats to share information and intelligence between Asia-Pacific nation states. There are also currently no strong system that can allow for mediation or disputes between Asia-Pacific nations, especially if it involves regional or outside powers. Lack of strong economic policies. Over the past decades, there has been many studies on how politics and implementation of government policy shape poverty within community and smaller Asian nations. For the poorest and most vulnerable, the way in which their government operate makes profound difference in their lives. The incapacity of government institutions in Asia-Pacific to prevent conflict and provide basic security or basic services can have detrimental consequence for their citizens. Even policies that offer to help the poor and enjoy popular support can fail, deliver lasting positive outcomes. Poverty, which has many causes, can not only be perpetuated by their failure, but also aggravated by the failure of weak government policies and programs. One reason of these failures can often be a huge gap in understanding of the need of public because of lack of research and poor communication. So what are the solutions? I'll include few. I'll include and share with you 2 or 3 solutions. One of them is strengthening good governance. The promotion of support of effort to encourage transparency, accountability, inclusion, and participation is one of the solutions that I can include this paper, and also democratization, also improving living condition of population, because it creates jobs and build infrastructure, promote business-friendly policies, and to provide security by supporting reform of the police and the legal institutions. The other previous speaker also talked economic development, so I'm not going to go that further. Diplomacy, to use of diplomacy to attract more allies and isolate threats through marshalling of economic power to facilitate or compel cooperation is another way of addressing or to getting solutions. Address inequality, to bridge the gap between poor and rich, solving issues of inequality between groups, which include acknowledging their grievances and addressing issues with vulnerable people, women, children, religious groups, minorities, and disabled people is also something that need to be considered. Empowering Asia Pacific diaspora community who are educated and also coming from diaspora and investing on the ground is also something that need to be considered. So public awareness and education is important. Use of diplomatic structure, peace talks and negotiation, it has been already been discussed. Use diplomatic strategy that will keep the momentum peace talks going. Diplomatic framework and peace and security, multilateral, bilateral mediation and negotiation parties in Asia Pacific is also important. So in my, I was told it was 7 to 10 minutes, but my time is already last. So in conclusion, while Asia Pacific region faces significant political and security economic environment challenges, it is also the nations in Asia Pacific have the tools and the capability to address these issues while carefully utilizing necessary international communities through multilateral, bilateral support through to achieve long-term peace and economic prosperity in Asia Pacific nations. I'll end by saying sometimes common sense and human conventional wisdom does not work sometimes. Whatever we all trying and, trying to bring together in running our government in Asia Pacific and all that, sometimes doesn't work. So it is sometimes a time to do what we always do, to do more prayer and put trust in God is also something important, which is the value and the principles of UPF. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Asia Pacific nations and the rest of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Johal. That was a very comprehensive presentation in the short span of time that you had. One thought that strikes one is that while it is all very well to talk about the responsibility of the US and China in what is going on in the Asia Pacific, it does not mean that there is nothing for anyone else to do. I think we need to consider what practical steps are possible, including perhaps building issue-based coalitions of the willing and able, and including civil society along with the governments, as Dr. Walsh had suggested in his address yesterday, to deal with all the major threats that you have to peace and security and sustainable development. We have the fraying non-proliferation regime, particularly in Northeast Asia. We have problems of maritime security in the Asia Pacific, problems of cybersecurity, military and other confidence building measures, all kinds of crisis management mechanisms. And I think these need to be put in place before another crisis engulfs us, not during or after a crisis has overwhelmed us. So I think these are very important red lights that are very much there for us to recognize and take action in time. I would now like to call upon Dr. Bernadette Pushpanjali, former Associate Dean, Student Life, College of Medical and Nursing and Health Sciences, Fiji, National University, Fiji, to please make her presentation.
The International Chairman of the Universal Peace Federation, Mr. Thomas Walsh, the Asia Pacific Chairman, Honorable Eknath Dhakal, Founding President of the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, Honorable Leopoldo Batoil, distinguished diplomats, organizers of this leadership conference, esteemed fellow panelists, and to those who have joined this leadership conference virtually. Nisambula Vinaka, Namaste from the Fiji Islands, from the Blue Pacific, where there is more of the deep blue waters than land. In such geopolitical spaces, one of our major challenges is literally not to drown amidst the rising sea levels. Our exclusive economic zones stretch across the Pacific Ocean, which envelopes the small island states. In Oceania, numerous challenges and opportunities present as we try to navigate and patrol this space. The multilateralism has been at the forefront as nations have come forward to support us in this endeavor and in recent months and weeks. I'm Bernadette Pushpanjali, a dentist by background with a passion for dental public health. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be able to share some thoughts on the focus of this session, which is achieving sustainable peace and development in the Asia Pacific, multilateral challenges and opportunities. I reminded myself this morning that it was a dentist named William T.G. Morton who discovered anesthesia on October 16th, 1846, a truly great moment in the history of medicine that became a most significant scientific revolution. Peace is a determinant of health, and some public health organizations are running conferences this year focused on this key subject that the UPF has been tirelessly working on. Could it be that a dentist could ultimately point us in the right direction to achieve sustainable peace in the Korean Peninsula by helping us overcome the lingering pain that is causing much of the instability in that region and that gives us many sleepless nights? This month, amidst activities happening in the Pacific region, including China with the Solomon Islands, and on the other hand, the United States of America, Australia, and New Zealand trying to counteract. The 50th Pacific Island Forum leaders met in Suva and adopted the peace strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Take this scenario and place it in the Asia-Pacific region. It's not much different. We have activities happening in the South China Sea that has most countries in that region worried. Then moving further to the Korean Peninsula, it's similar if you look at the cause and reactions to the conflict there. Whenever nuclear activity is threatened in the Korean Peninsula, there is a hive of activity to defuse it. And we keep trying, and we keep wondering if we will ever get past this uncomfortable, volatile situation. Yesterday, His Excellency Honorable Johnson Torbiong, the former president of Palau, mentioned in his keynote address how his state was one of the smallest countries in the world. He suggested that the divided Korean Peninsula must break away from outside interferences and without force consider and resolve its conflicts. He also emphasized that the ultimate power is the power of God. He took the words out of my mouth. This means that both your presenters from the Blue Pacific in this leadership conference are in agreement about the means to the end on this matter, even without us having discussed this in person. I strongly believe that there's enough intelligence, knowledge, and experience to go around on this matter, and that the Universal Peace Federation is leaving no stone unturned, reaching out to as many people, experts, and organizations as possible to continue with your mission to bring sustainable peace in the Korean Peninsula. What we need is to unpack and repack the way that we approach such conflicts globally. We need all stakeholders to come together in the name of God and begin this resolution process, guided spiritually, morally, and ethically. The rest will take care of itself by divine intervention. If I'm to be useful in helping us broker peace in the Korean Peninsula, then I must for a moment put aside my instruments and equipment that we as dentists use during clinical procedures to provide patients relief from pain and discomfort. I have to consider the matter at hand and the quickest and the easiest means to take us to unification. What I'm suggesting is quite different to what I'm used to in speaking in scientific conferences, sharing findings from research, and using data to support recommendations for improving oral health and general health. While on my 18-hour journey to this conference from my home port Nandi last Friday, I asked our Heavenly Father what he had to say about how we could bring reunification in the Korean Peninsula. First, a hymn came into my mind that is based on the peace prayer by Saint Francis Xavier. This was our school prayer that we recited at Xavier College in Bar, Fiji, during my high school days. I could not see a more significant application of this prayer than to this moment talking in this conference for peace on a Sunday. Please pause for a moment and sing with me, if you know it, for us to begin this process right here, right now. Lord, make me a means of your peace. With this hatred, Lord, let me sow your love. With this injury, Lord, let forgiveness be my sword. Lord, make me a means of your peace. Lord, make me a means of your peace. With this doubt and fear, let me sow your faith. In this world's despair, give me hope in you to share. Lord, make me a means of your peace. Lord, make me a means of your peace. With this sadness here, let me sow your joy. When the darkness near, may your lights dispel our fears. Lord, make me a means of your peace. I will stop there because I'm running out of time. Then I asked the Lord what I needed to say about this message, on this matter about the Korean Peninsula, and then opened the Bible. It opened to these 2 pages from the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verses 33 to 88. And these are the key headings to that passage: a prayer for understanding, confidence in the law of the Lord, the value of the law of the Lord, the justice of the Lord of the Lord, of the law of the Lord, and a prayer for deliverance. Yesterday's session 4 was about conflict resolution and the role of faith-based organizations, NGOs, and women. I think it set the stage well for our thoughts today. We need to pause and reorient our approaches. We need to think and work outside the box and be risk takers in terms of changing strategy and the approaches used to manage this issue. Consider a new player in the multilateralism on this matter. Could it be the small island states from the Oceania region who will be able to broker sustainable peace in the Korean Peninsula? In the new way of approaching this matter, healing must become a critical component to bring stakeholders to the round table. There's a lot of hurt in families, among friends, among nations, and between different religious groups. We need to diffuse these volatile switches to anger and hatred that leads to violence in families, among friends, and in the geopolitical space like the Korean Peninsula. In 2013, while finding the resolution to some challenges we were facing with corruption and power play between certain groups, I had to very suddenly start practicing social distancing, like not shaking hands and not allowing people to hug and kiss me as greeting. I used to take my eating utensils to meetings as I wouldn't share them. I had to totally say no to to any forums and activities, professionally or otherwise, that including the serving of alcohol. These relaxed in February of 2020. I thought I could take it easy from there and breathe easy. But 2 months later, everyone began social distancing. Nightclubs and bars were closed as the pandemic took control of the world. It was then that I realized that our Almighty God had very nicely prepared me for what was to come. It all made sense. I was no longer the odd one out. This experience has given me the confidence to follow instincts and to keep to task until the desired results are achieved. I hope that my thoughts will encourage you to think outside the box and to share with the Universal Peace Federation how you think that we should really approach this long-standing challenge in the Korean Peninsula. I would like to thank the UPF Asia Pacific for this opportunity to engage through this forum, and wish you well in your endeavor to bring out peace and stability in the Korean Peninsula. Vinaka Vakale.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pushpanjali, for that beautiful prayer and for all your thoughts. Since we are running out of time, I will refrain from making any comments of my own, but I would like to invite Mr. Krishna Chandra Jha, Chairman, IAM International College, Nepal, to kindly deliver his commentary. Dr. Jha.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Eknath Dhakal, former Minister, Government of Nepal, and Chairperson, Universal Peace Federation Asia Pacific, for putting me into the situation from there to here and share a couple of words from my side. Distinguished His Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Establishing peace is the rehearsal of developing policies aligning to the strength and re-establish order through special political and economic reforms. That's what we have been taught from the very beginning. And just previous speakers also basically talked about re-establishing economic development, re-establishing the human rights in this Asia Pacific region. So I would like to start or recall UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Zaid Ra'ad Al Hussein's statement at the Jakarta Convention on the 17th year of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where he said, Asia Pacific as the area where rights have gone wrong. Previous speakers, everyone, basically, they just came up with the statements of human rights. And what I have was seen in this particular Asia Pacific region is basically the human rights being violated vastly. Whether we talk about the massive outflow of people from Myanmar in these recent few years, not only Myanmar, the unrest situation in the Korean Peninsula, recent political unrest in Sri Lanka, situation of unrest in the Indian subcontinent as well, and last but not least, unrest within my own country, Nepal. They clearly state that all the challenges against establishing peace is just due to the dissatisfaction and lack of rights people were supposed to be provided being compromised. Having closely working with the tourism industry and also being an academician from the same industry itself, I have realized that most of the countries in Asia Pacific region are relying in tourism, and because of the pandemic situation which we recently encountered, majority of the countries are basically struggling for economic stability, and there is a huge crunch of economy, and most of the financial crunch is basically due to the unrest which is going to come up in near future if they are not being addressed appropriately now itself. The example which we already have seen recently in Sri Lanka again. So hence, despite of so much of challenges of establishing peace and development, I do see some opportunities as well. Most of the world leaders present here probably would agree with me that the development brings with it the access to fundamental services and goods which improve many people's well-being and ability to make choices about their lives. This can establish the satisfaction within people. Fulfillment and satisfaction will establish harmony between people of different culture, race, etc. And we may see an opportunity for peace building and development in this part of the world. As I can see the time card being flying over me, I would like to conclude my statement by saying that
once again, that setting up the environment of brotherhood between people, culture, exchanges, and harmony should be one step ahead towards peace building and development in this region of this globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. I think the title of this session was Multilateral Challenges and Opportunities. And the point I think which comes out of all these presentations is that strategy itself is an interactive affair. It takes two or more hands to clap. And I think it is important that all of us recognize our responsibility, those who feel threatened and those who appear threatening to others. I think all of us have to get together and form partnerships rather than alliances, because a partnership is very different from an alliance. Partnerships, can accommodate differences, can accommodate divergent approaches. Alliances cannot. So if we can have more partnerships between countries, between peoples, involving countries and peoples, involving governments and peoples, and with an organization like the UPF really showing the way in many ways to everyone, I think there could be hope, and it could be it could be a time for great optimism rather than pessimism, despite all the formidable challenges that this region faces. So thank you very much. And I think now we should break for lunch. Any instructions from you? Should we line up for a photograph or something?
Yeah, no more interaction.
If the photographer is ready, okay, please. I want to thank all distinguished panelists who made very, very important presentations. Give them a hand, and I'm sure that we can continue our discussions over lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador KV Rajan, for moderating this session 6. We would like to request our speakers and commentator to have a photo opportunity. Let's give thanks to Attorney Salvador Panelo, Dr. Jessica Wijaja, Mr. Ahmed Toho, Dr. Bernadette Pushpanjali, and Mr. Krishna Chandra Cha for giving us a very meaningful session 6 with the theme Achieving Sustainable Peace and Development in the Asia Pacific, Multilateral Challenges and Opportunities. Time check, it's 12:17 Manila time. At this moment, we're going to have our lunch break. We would like to request our participants who are joining us online to kindly enjoy your lunch at home or in office. And also for our participants here on site, we wish you a sumptuous lunch. Please enjoy your meal. Similarly, would like to request you to kindly return to this hall 10 minutes before 2 p.m. Manila time at 1:50 p.m. Kindly return to our hall at 1:50 p.m. Manila time. And if you are joining us online, kindly return to our online platforms 10 minutes before 2 p.m. Manila time. Thank you so much. Enjoy your meal. Everyone, you may go to our foyer. Enjoy your lunch. Have a sumptuous lunch. Thank you.
Time check, it's 12:21 and we have a 1.5 hour for lunch. Please enjoy your lunch. We have ample time this time. See you in 1.5 hour. Thank you.
tangkad.
Catch these last mall brands on sale this August. Save up to
Time check, it's 1:05. Time check, it's 1:05 in the afternoon in Manila time. We still have around 45 minutes before we will commence with our closing session. We'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our current member of the Senate of Pakistan and former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Yusuf Raza Gilani. Thank you, sir, for attending this time. This moment, you may sit back, relax, and we have coffee. We're serving coffee if you want, tea. See you in around 44 minutes. Thank you. Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we still have around 40 minutes. We still have around 40 minutes, so whoever is interested in singing on stage, you are most welcome. Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, this time we would like to announce that due to our ample time, we would like to request if you're interested in singing on stage, you are most welcome. Kindly approach our technical to prepare the song. Or maybe we have a singing bishop here. We want to welcome our singers on stage to entertain us before we commence. We have a volunteer. Help me to welcome the Bishop Joy Bendoy from Cebu. Please, let's welcome to render us a song. Yes, thank you, Dr. Joy Bendoy, for volunteering. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to him.
Yeah.
Tell me, when will you
Eknas Takal. Finally, to moderate this closing session is a sub-regional director of Universal Peace Federation in South Asia, none other than Mr. Santosh Kumar Podel.
Good afternoon and namaste. Your Excellency, Chairman of UPF Asia Pacific, Honorable Eknath Dakal, His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, a former Prime Minister of Pakistan, our co-chair of UPF Asia Pacific, Dr. Robert S. Kittel, from the FFWPU Asia Pacific to President Masahichi Hori, and from the FFWPU Asia Pacific 1 President Damien Dunkley, respected dignitaries, esteemed audience, both on-site and online. Ladies and gentlemen, mabuhay, namaste. Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for coming despite on your busy schedule on this very significant occasion of the International Leadership Conference 2022 held at this Grand Hyatt, Manila, Philippines. It's my honor to be your session moderator. So over the decades, innumerable ILC conference have been organized by Universal Peace Federation aimed at advancing peace and order, including the reunification of North and South Korea. This conference was no less with a wonderful moment, such a dignitaries and guests, so many important speeches and remarks, and very valuable attendees. So this conference has been very pleasantly surprising and very triumphant. So I wish we had something to look back upon, the wonderful moment that occurred here in this very significant and historical ILC 2022. So now, let us witness once again the remarkable work of ILC to humanity. Let's watch the recap of this World Conference. So video, please. Please help for the light also.
former Prime Minister of Pakistan, sir. Honorable Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, former President of Sri Lanka. Honorable Excellency Johnson Toribio, former President of Palau. Honorable Excellency Parmanand Jha, former Vice President of Nepal. My dearest Honorable Excellency Eknath Dakal and Ativlasi, Dr. Robert Kittle, the co-chairman of the Universal Peace Federation Asia Pacific. I saw Julius earlier. Where are you here? There in the back. Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, may we commend the Universal Peace Federation led by Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, not only for the work that you have been doing, but also for the community that you have continued to build towards a lasting peace in Asia and the global community. We laud the UPF for your sustained commitment in building the foundation for peace within families, communities, nations, and the entire world. Excellencies, friends, the Korean Peninsula is one of the lingering flashpoints in Asia and the global community, with wide-ranging consequences. The Korean War, which lasted from 1950 to 1953, was relatively short but bloody. Nearly 3 million people were killed and more than half were civilians. This rate of civilian casualties was higher than in World War II and in the Vietnam War. On July 27, 1953, the Korean Armistice Agreement was signed, which ended the Korean War. However, the armistice was only a ceasefire agreement and no formal peace treaty was signed. As such, experts said that two Koreas are still technically at war. 69 years since the signing of the armistice, the Korean Peninsula has remained divided, despite its people's common history, culture, and language. Almost 7 decades since the cessation of bloody hostilities, division and distrust between the two Koreas have endured. Excellencies, friends, indeed, peace is much more than the absence of armed conflict. And political and economic agreements are not enough to build lasting peace. The path to peace must begin with a transcendent ideal that can overcome the divisions of our current world. People-to-people connection through different religions, races, or beliefs sets a key foundation for peace in the family, community, nation, and the entire world. In the case of the two Koreas, promoting people-to-people ties can serve as a bridge of trust between North and South. After all, they have a common history, culture, heritage, and language. At the UPF Summit on Peace on the Korean Peninsula last February, the participants outlined various proposals for peace within the region. As an advocate of developing creative industry for socio-economic development and cooperation, as the lead convener of the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industries Block of Congress, or ACHIEVE, and as recently elected chairperson of the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts in the 18th and 19th Congresses. Among the recommendations at the UPF World Summit that captivated my attention is this, and I quote, strengthen multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration on cultural connectivity and digital and creative industries to leverage the pivotal role of the international community in promoting peace, stability, and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula. Excellencies, friends, if there's one thing that the Fourth Industrial Revolution, or Industry 4.0, emphasizes on, it is interconnectivity. If there's also one thing that the creative industries have taught us, it is the importance of collaboration. It is high time we take advantage of both of these opportunities to promote goodwill among peoples and countries, especially in the Korean Peninsula. We now live in a world where data, knowledge, information, and cultural exchange is at one's fingertips. The improvements in the digital creative industries allow prospects for cultural growth and dialogue. Whereas in the past, the financial cost of setting up a diplomatic dialogue or a cultural immersion was a source for hesitation. Now everything is on Zoom or Google Teams. We are now able to share our cultures and our knowledge in a variety of ways. Whereas before, we relied mostly on printed documents, photos, the occasional field trips in order to know more about a culture, we now have the likes of live streaming, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, and other advanced creative innovations that serve as platforms for cultural exchange. We can now make people and places closer to each other from the comforts of our own homes. It is with these improvements where we can learn more about what sets our cultures apart, but more importantly, what we as global citizens have in common. And it is with these added modes of interaction where we can get a clearer picture of the issues our peoples and our countries face, the opportunities we have, whether individually or collectively, and in promoting peace, stability, and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula and in the entire global community. Another option that the UPF and Asian countries can perhaps explore is the possibility of creating a regional creative economy council, which can be a platform for dialogue, cooperation, understanding, and for promoting peace and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula, in the entire Asian region, and the global community. Through the creation of this body, Asian countries can better coordinate with each other and perhaps formulate roadmaps for the regional development of the creative industry, which includes film, music, video, TV and radio, arts and crafts, fashion, design, photography, performing arts, publishing, software, game development, animation, computer games, the list goes on. Actually, just 3 days ago, my bill in the previous Congress, the Philippine Creative Industries Development Bill, was recently enacted into law. So there is now an enabling, thank you. There is now an enabling and institutional framework for how to develop the creative industries here in the country, because the Filipino is really truly talented, but there is still a lack and a vacuum of support from government towards these stakeholders, despite what Filipino creatives are achieving abroad. So we're very excited for this new law to take into effect. We will endeavor to expedite the process of coming up with the implementing rules and regulations. There will be a new government agency whose sole charge is to develop the Philippine creative industries, and they will have their respective KPIs, which also includes global cooperation towards regional integration of regional and hopefully a global creative economy. It is our hope that the Asia Pacific creative industries can enjoy a bigger share of this multi-billion-dollar market, the benefits of which would redound to the people, provide jobs to our creative youth, and most importantly, stimulate peace and cooperation throughout the regions. Perhaps this can culminate in the holding of regular international creative industry conferences and festivals, which should include North Korea, celebrating the Asian spirit of unity in diversity. Excellencies, friends, before I conclude, please allow me to mention that my father, former 5-time Speaker of the House of the Philippine House of Representatives, Jose de Venecia, has been unwavering in his commitment to advance the cause of peace in the Korean Peninsula, in Asia, and in the international community. In 1990, as Congressman and acting chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the House, of Representatives, he had the privilege of conferring with the legendary North Korean leader Kim Il-sung at his mountain villa north of Pyongyang. His visit and talks with North Korea's founding father, Kim Il-sung, resulted in a return visit to Manila by then North Korean Vice Premier Kim Dae-hyun, and the rapid establishment of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and North Korea. In 2006, as his humble contribution in helping encourage direct talks between Seoul and Pyongyang, he transferred from Manila to Seoul the Secretariat of the International Conference of Asian Political Parties, or ICAP, which he founded and established in Manila in September 2000, and of which he is chairman of the standing committee up to now. The ICAP Secretariat is now most active in Seoul. The Korean Workers' Party of North Korea is a member of ICAP. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the quest for peace may be difficult, elusive, and distant, but it is not impossible. And let's take to heart the simple truth that peace indeed is a community of sharing that we all belong to, one great human family under God. Balbalagi salamat, thank you, and good day.
Thank you so much, Honorable Christopher, for your very powerful words. We sincerely appreciate, and Honorable Congressman, and we really remember your entire family that contributed for world peace. So now I got the message that our recap video is ready. So let's watch video.
Welcome to the Universal Peace Federation International Leadership Conference 2022 Asia Pacific here in Manila, Philippines. This ILC is a platform to discuss how to bring peace and reunification in the Taguig Peninsula, as well as how to create a global culture of peace. The Universal Peace Federation has been making progress throughout the world of peace, social stability, and economic development. Humanitarian policy is to be developed through a peaceful process based on the brotherhood and sisterhood of the people of the Korean Peninsula. On this point, I pause to say there is no power greater than the power of God. Thus, the ultimate solution for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula includes spiritual value. Parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, have an essential stake in international efforts for global peace. Karena sambarnya sedang kuda sama sama kuda ini sangat ramai bawah.
During these difficult times, it is vital to find forgiveness in our hearts. Peace can never be attained by pursuing a path of hatred or vengeance. Violence only begets more violence and will continue to feed the cycle of retaliation, death, and suffering. As Albert Einstein's favorite quote says, peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding.
Toward global culture of peace. This is the journey that we are on.
Broadening the scope of what we mean by peace building
and finding more ways for people to get involved. We need to create environments of peace.
Establishing strong economic relationships in the Korean Peninsula could intensify interdependence not only between North and South Korea, but also promote amity with other regions. Humanity has a common need, and at the end, we all need to survive. Global economy is the base to start a stable, peaceful global society.
Beautiful video. Yeah, thank you so much. And now it is time for one of the very most awaited moment, the Ambassador for Peace Award ceremony. So let us witness with our full attention. So before we invite our awardees, so let me read the citation. Ambassador for Peace, Universal Peace Federation. The Universal Peace Federation acknowledges as an ambassador for peace those individuals whose lives exemplify the ideals of living for sake of others and who dedicate themselves to practice which promote universal moral values, strong family life, interreligious cooperation, international harmony, renewal of United Nations, a responsible public media, and establishment of culture of peace. Transcending racial, national, and religious barrier, the Ambassador for Peace contribute to the fulfillment of the hope of all ages, a unified world of peace, wherein the spiritual and material dimension of life are harmonized. The Universal Peace Federation is proud to hereby recognized as an Ambassador for Peace, named and signed by founder Reverend Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon. So to award the certificates, I would like to invite on the stage Honorable Ekna Dhakal and Dr. Robert Esquitel. Now, let us call on the stage our first awardee. Professor Bernadette Alvajo is Cultural Director of Technical University of Philippines. Next, Honorable Ibrahim Sahid Kahjaki, the former Ambassador of Maldives to Singapore. Next, Dr. Bernadette Pushpangeli, the former Associate Dean Student Life, the College of Medical and Nursing and Health Science from Fiji National University, Dr. Bernadette Pushpangeli. Next, Miss Annie C. Andana, Woman Peace Activist, Philippines. Next, Most Reverend Antonio J. Ledesma from the Society of Jesus and Doctor of Divinity. Archbishop Emeritus of Cagayan de Oro City. Most Reverend Antonio J. Ledesma. Next, His Excellency Chiang Manarit, President of Asian Vision Institute, ABI, Cambodia. Next, Dr. Jessica and with Jaja, the chair of IAED Indonesia. Next, Dr. Loida M. Fowler from the NSTP Director Philippines, Don Marino Marcos Memorial State University. Last but not the least, His Excellency Dr. Seng Samoni, Secretary of State, Ministry of Religious and Cults, Royal Government of Cambodia. Thank you. Let's have a group photo with our awardees. Yeah, please, all awardees, please come in the front. Please remove your masks during the taking group photos and mask on after group photo. Yeah, please join. I would like to invite His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani and also President of Sri Lanka. So please, the stage. Thank you for being with us, His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena and His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you so much. Congratulations. All awardees, you may now return to your seats. Thank you. Now let's proceed to the awarding of the certificate of participation. We request our Honorable Eknath Dakal and Dr. Robert Kittel to remain on the stage for the awarding of the certificate to the participants and to representative participants of this conference. The rest of the participants on site shall receive there at the registration table just outside this hall. All participants online shall likewise receive there via email. Now, I would like to request our representatives to come on the stage. Our first representative is male international participant, Professor Dr. Anup Swarup, Chairman of Central for Global Non-Killing and Founder Chairman, Global Knowledge Alliance, Australia. Now second, Ms. Grace Sejin Thai, President UPF Myanmar. Mr. Said Muhammad from Pakistan. And also representing all local participants, let us welcome Mrs. Gloria Arellano, Barangay Councilor, Barangay Diparo Women's Federation, Caloocan. Now, next, representing all local participants, Archbishop Dalino Santolia, Primate General, One Holy Eastern Orthodox Catholic and Apostolic Church. Thank you, and then let's have a picture together. The certificate of appreciation. So this certificate is proudly given to them for participating in the International Leadership Conference 2022 with the theme Toward Peaceful Reunification of the Korean Peninsula, Creating a Global Culture of Peace, that was held from July 29 to 31, 2022 in the Grand Hyatt Manila, Bonifacio Global City, Taguig City, Manila, Philippines. Thank you and congratulations. Now, it is my honor to welcome on the stage the Chairman of Universal Peace Federation in the Asia Pacific, Honorable Lekna Dhakal, for his closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Looks like somebody clapping from spirit world. Thank you, Mr. Santosh Paurel, moderator of the closing session of the International Leadership Conference 2022. Your Excellencies, the fellow panelists of the closing session, Congressman Honorable Christopher de Venecia, and UPF Myanmar Chair, Ms. Grace, and all of our distinguished participants of this 2 days International Leadership Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to conclude this regional ILC. I thank all the panelists for their contribution and the participants for their active participation, which ensure the success of this regional International Leadership Conference. In addition to the participants gathered in Grand Hyatt, we had 300 participants attending through Zoom and many more watching live streams from over 20 nations across the Asia Pacific region. We are truly honored to have hosted 5 former heads of state and government as well as high-level government officials from the host country, the Republic of the Philippines. The consensus report of the conference will be published on UPF International's official website to make it available for everyone who are interested. We are also able to create an environment for the memorial for the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and offer our love and prayers by honoring his life and legacy. I sincerely believe that the wisdom and insights expressed and shared by distinguished dignitaries at the conference will surely contribute to the promoting our main theme, the global culture of peace. I would also like to congratulate all the distinguished awardees of the Ambassadors for Peace Award. This comes with duties and responsibilities and the privilege of being a part of world's largest and most diverse network of peace leaders and peace builders. Congratulations to all the graduates of this ILC as well. I look forward to closely and actively working together on the UPF's various projects and initiatives. I cannot conclude my remarks without extending my sincere appreciation to the hardworking staffs, both international and local. Thank you very much, who work tirelessly day and night. And thank you to each and every one of you. Now that we are done with this ILC, what is next? I invite all of you to work with your respective local chapters, centering on the 8 Pillars Association of the Universal Peace Federation. Please contribute to society through our various peace initiatives. I believe that all of you are more than capable to engage in track 2 diplomacy and become a peace diplomats. Thank you once again, and I wish all of you a great day. So this concludes our International Leadership Conference 2022 Manila, Philippines. Mabuhay! Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eknath, for your hard work and then your great leadership. So His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena brought a special gift to Honorable Dhakal, acknowledging his hard work and dedication. So Excellency, so he's coming here. So our cameraman, please. So thank you, Excellency, for your very kind and love toward our Honorable Dhakal, our chairman. They are very, very intimate and a great friend of our Asia. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. It's beautiful to see and witness. Thank you, Honorable Dhakal, for your closing remarks. Now, we have approached the end of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention and time. And we all appreciate our hardworking staff who have put their hearts into making this conference successful. And this would not be possible without you. So let us all tune in or look forward to more future conference like this. So thank you everyone again for your presence. I hope that you have enjoyed your great time in Manila. Thank you very much.
just a quick announcement for our international participants. To all our international participants, if you are interested in joining a sightseeing, we have arranged a sightseeing city tour for you. Please go to Secretariat if you have not yet registered. Kindly register your name so you may be included in our sightseeing tour. Please register your name outside in the Secretariat. Thank you. Please enjoy your day. Thank you. Check. Just a quick reminder. Who was the USB dongle of the PowerPoint presenter? USB dongle. Sino pa may hawak ng USB dongle? Dyan? Okay.
when I take the photo.
Just go this that way. Look, just go this way. No, just that way. You can go there. No, just go there. Oh.
Check. Mic test. Attention. We would like to request the following people to kindly gather outside the hall in the foyer. Please gather outside the hall in the foyer. The following persons for the sightseeing: Mrs. Geeta Rajan, Ambassador Krishna Rajan, Cambodian delegates, Dr. Singh Somoni, Dr. Cheng Vanarati, Mr. Bong Chan Sambat, Mr. Chamron Sopal, Dr. Anup Swarup, Dr. Ahmed Toho, Dr. Ajay Dut, Honorable Ajay Dut, Christopher Bradley, and Bernadette Pushpanjali. Kindly gather on the foyer. The sightseeing will leave very soon. Please gather outside the hall. Thank you.